Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. You let your shoulders soften as you listen. The world around you can stay where it is. Here, there is only you, the story, and the soft rhythm of my voice guiding your rest. Long after Frodo of the Nine Fingers sailed into the west and vanished beyond the white shores, everyone thought the story was over. But on a quiet night in the Shire, a young hobbit named Fro opens the red book and finds a hidden note, and the white jewel of Arwen begins to glow for the first time in many ages. From that moment on, he hears what no one else can, a distant bell ringing beyond the edge of the world. It is not a call to war. It is a call to heal what the war left behind. Now, I invite you to walk there. You feel the soft weight of a wool blanket, the comfort of a chair that almost remembers your shape, and you notice how your breath slows, as if the Shire itself were breathing with you. You are not just listening to a story. You are stepping into it. You find yourself in a small, round room, lit by a single candle. The flame is steady, quiet, almost shy, yet it fills the space with a warm, golden glow. You hear the gentle ticking of a clock somewhere behind you, counting time without hurry, as if time itself had forgotten how to run. You smell tea and old paper, that sweet, dusty perfume of books opened by many hands and many hearts. You are in Bag End, but not quite as it once was. You walk closer to a heavy wooden desk, carved with tiny leaves and acorns. On it rests a large red volume, its leather worn and softened by years of turning pages, of stories whispered on winter nights. You see a young hobbit there, smaller than a man, but taller than many of his folk, with dark curls and thoughtful eyes. His name is Fro, and tonight, as you stand in the quiet doorway of his mind, his life is about to change. You notice the way his fingers hover over the cover of the red book, as if he were standing at the edge of a river, hesitant to step in. He has read these pages before. He grew up with them. He knows about the ring, about fire and shadow, about friendships forged in fear and hope. Yet tonight, the air feels different, like the moment before a storm, or the silence before a bell is struck. You hear the soft rasp of leather as Fro finally opens the book. The pages breathe out a faint sigh, releasing the scent of ink and memory. You feel something stir in your own chest, a quiet ache, as if a small door long closed inside you were gently unlocking. You sense that this is not just a story he is revisiting. It is a path being reopened. Your attention drifts to the candle again. The flame flickers, not from any wind, but as if reacting to an invisible presence, a movement beneath the surface of the room. Shadows dance along the walls, lengthening and softening, becoming less like darkness and more like a cloak, protective and ancient. You feel that you are being watched, but not in a way that brings fear. It is more like the feeling of an old friend who remembers you better than you remember yourself. As Fro turns the pages, you walk with him through lines of neat handwriting and moments of trembling script. You feel his curiosity, his reverence, and also his quiet envy. He reads about courage, about journeys beyond the Shire, about choices made on razor-thin edges of hope and despair. He wonders why his own life feels so small, so ordinary, when his heart seems made for something more. You notice when his fingertips stop. There, near the middle of a page already familiar, a small space carries words he has never seen before. They are written in a different hand, firmer, older, as if carved rather than penned. If ever the sea should ring in your dreams, do not fear the sound. Not all calls are to battle. Some are to healing. You feel Fro's breath catch in his throat. You feel yours change with it. The room grows quieter, as if even the clock were listening now. The line of ink shimmers just a little, as though time itself were bending over the page to read. You become aware of something else on the desk, half lost in the shadows. A small box, plain and simple, but lined with velvet inside. Fro hesitates, and you feel his hesitation inside your own chest. Then, slowly, he opens it. You see the white jewel. At first it is still, a simple stone cradled in silver. Then, as his hand reaches toward it, you notice a faint glow awakening at its heart. You feel it before you see it fully, like a soft warmth spreading from your chest, out to your shoulders, down your arms, all the way to your fingers. You feel as if the light recognizes him. You feel as if it recognizes you too. Fro's fingers brush the jewel, and the glow brightens, gentle yet undeniable. The candlelight seems to bow before it, surrendering its duty to this deeper, truer radiance. The room changes. The walls soften, the boundaries blur, and you sense that this small hobbit hole is no longer just a house, but a doorway. You notice the air now smells faintly of salt. Not tears, not rain, but the open sea. A breeze that cannot logically exist inside this room moves across your skin, cool and clean, carrying with it the memory of distant shores. You hear it then, so softly you almost think you imagined it. A bell. Far away, beyond logic, beyond maps. Not a temple bell, not a warning bell, but something older, patient, and kind. It rings once, clear and soft, and the sound travels through you, through Fro, through the pages of the book and the long paths of memory. You feel your heart respond, not with fear, but with a deep, aching recognition, as if some buried part of you has been waiting, for years, to hear exactly this note. You feel the weight of time and the lightness of hope folding into one. Fro closes his eyes, and you close yours with him. You feel what he feels. The Shire around him, quiet and safe. The echo of battles he never fought. The shadow of pain he never carrigo, and yet, somehow, understands. He is not called to repeat the old war. He is called to heal what was left behind. You notice how the jewel's light doesn't blind. It soothes. It gently outlines the objects in the room. The books, the walking stick by the door, the teacup with a chip on the rim. It paints everything with a promise. Nothing is too small to be touched by destiny. No life is too modest to carry magic. You feel a question forming in Fro's heart. Why me? He does not speak it aloud, but you feel the way it floats in the silence, a fragile feather of doubt. The answer does not come as a booming voice, nor as a written prophecy. It comes as a feeling, a quiet certainty, settling like starlight on calm water. You sense it as clearly as he does, because healing belongs to those who can feel pain without turning it into hate. You breathe in slowly, letting that truth sink into you. You breathe out, releasing a little of your own weight, your own old stories that you maybe never told a Ningen. The bell rings again, softly, and this time you are ready for it. You feel time stretch. Past, present, and something beyond the horizon of both seem to stand side by side in this small room. You sense Frodo somewhere far away, beyond circles of the world, at peace. You sense Fro here, at the beginning of something that has no clear name yet. You open your inner eyes and see the hobbit straighten his back just a little. Not with arrogance, not with a hero's pose, but with quiet acceptance. You feel him decide not to rush out into danger, but to listen more deeply, to the bell, to his own heart, to the stories that still echo between the lines of the Red Book. As the jewel continues to glow softly, you feel your own body relax even mais. Your jaw is looser, your shoulders softer, your breath deeper. You realize that while Fro is being invited into a journey through his world, you are being invited into a journey through the landscape of your own soul. You notice how comforting it is to know that not every calling is loud. Some arrive as a distant sound across water. Some arrive as a small note on a forgotten page. Some arrive as a story that finds você exatamente na noite em que você precisava ouvir. The candle burns lower. The jewel still shines, and the bell, for agora, se cala. But you know it will ring again. Fro knows it too. And as you rest, there, nesse espaço entre luz e sombra, entre memória e esperança, you feel that this is only the first step. The last echo of Frodo is not an ending. It is a beginning that waits, gentle and patient, for those who are ready to listen. Soon, the road will open. For now, you simply breathe and stay. You wake up inside the same quiet room. Or maybe it is not waking up. Maybe it is that gentle place between sleep and awareness, where dreams and memories sit side by side and do not argue about what is real. You feel the weight of a soft blanket over your legs. You notice the texture beneath your fingertips, the familiar weave of hobbit-made cloth, sturdy and comforting. The candle has burned lower, a small pool of wax gathered at its base, but the room is not dark. The gentle glow you remember from before still lingers, as if dawn were happening indoors. For a moment, you wonder if the jewel is still shining. You feel your chest tighten, almost afraid that it will be dull again, that everything you felt might have been just a trick of tired eyes and wandering thoughts. You turn your head slowly, as if you were turning a fragile page. The jewel lies where Fro left it. In the open box, silver chain coiled like a patient river. It is not as bright as before, but it holds a soft, steady light, like an ember that refuses to go out. You feel something inside you mirror that glow, small, quiet, but determined. You watch Fro rub his eyes with the back of his hand, the gesture of someone who did not exactly sleep, but drifted. His curls are flattened on one side, his cheeks still touched by the rosy warmth of the Shire. He looks both younger and older than he did before the jewel awoke. You know this feeling. The way a single night can rearrange your heart. You notice his gaze when it falls back to the red book. The hidden note is still there, words locked in their own quiet courage. If ever the sea should ring in your dreams, do not fear the sound. Not all calls are to battle. Some are to healing. You read it again with him, and once more the ink seems to hold more than meaning. It holds invitation. Fro closes the book gently, as if he doesn't want to disturb what now lives between its pages. He sits very still for a moment, listening, not with his ears, but with that inner sense that wakes up when the world around you falls silent. You feel yourself doing the same. You are no longer just watching him. You are practicing what he is being asked to learn, listening for what cannot be seen. You hear the familiar sounds of morning in the Shire beginning outside. A cartwheel creaks in the lane. A bird calls from a hedge. Somewhere, a door closes with that soft thud that means breakfast is ready. Life moves on, unchanged. And yet, for Fro, and maybe for you, something has shifted. He reaches for the jewel again. This time his hand is steadier. You feel the cool touch of the silver chain against his skin, and you notice that the stone responds instantly. Its light brightens, then softens into a gentle pulse, like a heartbeat that the room itself can hear. You walk with him as he stands and crosses to the small round window. The glass is misted at the corners, touched by the breath of the night that has just passed. He wipes it with the side of his sleeve and presses his palm softly against the pane. You feel the faint chill of morning on your own skin. Outside, the Shire looks as it always has. Rolling green hills, tiny paths winding like lazy streams, smoke rising from chimneys in thin, contented lines. There is no sign of great wars, no shadow looming on the borders, no armies marching. Only gardens, only fields, only a world that believes it is completely safe. And yet, deep within, you sense what Fro senses. Not all wounds leave scars on the land. Some remain in hearts, in stories, in silences that fall whenever a certain name is mentioned. You feel him wondering if he should speak to someone. About the note, about the light, about the bell that rang from beyond the edge of the world. Names pass through his mind like faces in a crowd. He thinks of his father, who loves stories but prefers the ones that are comfortable, tidy, already finished. He thinks of his mother, who worries when he stares too long at the horizon. He thinks of older hobbits who still lower their voices when they speak of the travelers and everything that followed. And then, quietly, another name rises. Sam. Not the Sam who walked through Mordor. That Sam is long gone, sailed over the same sea his master once crossed. But the memory of him, the way his stories were told at firesides, the way his children and grandchildren repeated his words with a mixture of pride and something like awe, that still lives. You feel Fro's heart turn toward the idea of visiting someone who carries that memory more closely than anyone else. A descendant who keeps Sam's tales not only in books, but in the way they look at the world. Someone who might understand what it means when a jewel that should be sleeping wakes up. You sense his decision forming, quiet but firm. Not a grand decision to leave the Shire, or to seek out lost kings or hidden towers. Just a simple choice. Today, he will walk. You feel your own body respond to that choice. You know how powerful it can be to take one small step when everything inside you wants to stay still. You feel the rustle of his clothes as he dresses, the comfort of wool and linen, the familiar weight of a vest buttoned just so. He lifts the jewel and hesitates. You notice that he doesn't put it away. Instead, he slips the chain gently around his neck and tucks the stone beneath his shirt, close to his heart. Immediately, the light softens, no longer visible, but present as a warmth. You step with him out into the hallway, where the scents of morning, fresh bread, cool earth tea rise to greet you. The house is still half asleep. Fro moves softly, as if not to disturb the lingering dreams that cling to the corners. At the round green door, he pauses. His hand rests on the familiar brass knob, and you feel his pulse quicken slightly. It is a simple thing to open a door. Yet today, it feels like opening a chapter the red book forgot to write. He pulls the door toward him. Light pours in, clean and gentle, like water filling a shallow bowl. You feel it wash over you, brushing away some of your own heaviness. You step out together. The air outside is crisp, carrying the faint sweetness of grass that drank the night's dew. You hear bees somewhere in the distance, even this early, already beginning their patient work. A bird dips low across the path, its wings slicing through the morning in an easy arc. You walk. You feel the soft give of the earth under Fro's feet, the familiar stones and roots that his soles know by memory. The Shire is no maze to him. Every bend in the path is an old friend. And yet today, each turn feels slightly new, as if the light itself were paying more attention. As you walk, you notice how often your thoughts drift back to the bell, that gentle, impossible sound that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. You wonder if you will hear it again. You wonder if it is something you can seek, or only something you can receive. Fro passes a neighbor who lifts a hand in greeting. You feel the warmth of the gesture, the safe familiarity of a place where nothing terrible has happened in a very long time. He smiles back, but you notice that his smile lingers only a moment before his gaze returns to the distance. He is walking toward a small cottage at the edge of the village, where the road begins to forget it is a road and starts to dream of becoming a path. In that cottage, there lives an elder hobbit whose hearth has heard more stories than many libraries have written down. She is said to be the last who actually heard Samwise speak with her own ears when she was a little girl, sitting under the table, listening. You feel a slight nervousness in Fro's chest. The jewel against his skin is faintly warm, a reminder that he is not merely a curious boy out for gossip. He is carrying a question the world may not have words for yet. He reaches the gate and rests his hand on it. For a moment, he simply breathes. You breathe with him. In, out, letting the air move through you like a tide. He steps through and walks to the door. Before he can knock, it opens a fraction, and a pair of wise eyes, framed by lines of laughter and sorrow, look out at him. You sense in that gaze a recognition that goes beyond faces and names. "Come in, Frolad," she says softly, though he has not yet spoken. You've got the look of a hobbit who's heard something he can't quite explain. You feel the surprise in him, and also the strange relief of being seen. He steps inside, and the scent of herbs, wood smoke, and something faintly sweet wraps around you like a shawl. The room is full of small objects: teacups, spindles, folded blankets, walking sticks, little carvings of boats and stars. On a shelf, you notice a simple frame holding a small scrap of parchment with a familiar hand, curved, steady, the hand of someone who once carried more than ink. You realize this is not just any hobbit home. This is a place where memory has chosen to live. Fro sits at the table when she invites him, and the chair creaks softly under him. She pours tea, the steam rising in lazy, thoughtful spirals. She does not rush him with questions. She waits, giving him the space to find his beginning. You feel his fingers curl around the cup, seeking courage in its warmth. At last he speaks, his voice quiet but clear. "I read something in the red book," he says, "and last night there was a light and a sound, like a bell, but not like any bell I know." You feel her attention sharpen, not with fear, but with deep listening. She does not laugh. She does not dismiss. She simply nods, as if a piece of a puzzle she has held for years has just slid into place. "You heard it then," she murmurs. "The echo." You feel your heart lean forward inside your chest. The echo, the last echo of Frodo, of journeys that ended, and maybe, in some quiet, gentle way, never really did. You realize that this conversation is not just about Fro. It is about you, too. About every moment in your own life when you felt called to something you could not name. As the elder begins to speak, her voice low and rhythmic, the room seems to draw closer, as if the walls themselves were listening. "There are some callings," she says, "that don't come with dragons or dark lords. They come with a bell over the sea. They come when the world is safe, but the heart is still restless." You feel her words settle in you, like small glowing stones, marking a path you did not know you were already walking. Outside, the Shire goes on with its ordinary day. Inside, in this quiet cottage at the edge of the road, something extraordinary begins to take shape, not in shouts or clashes, but in the slow unfolding of understanding. And as you listen, you sense it again, far away and yet very near, a bell, faint and patient, waiting for you to hear it more clearly. The road is not open yet, but it is no longer asleep. You remain in that warm cottage, wrapped in the hush of a room that feels older than the Shire itself. The elder hobbit pours a second cup of tea, though Fro has barely touched the first. Steam rises between them like a thin veil, and you feel as if each curl of vapor carries memories. Some spoken, some never told. She studies him with quiet kindness, not the kind that judges, the kind that sees the trembling inside a question. "You heard it," she repeats softly. The echo. Fro leans forward, the light under his shirt pulsing faintly with each breath he takes. You feel the jewel's warmth through him, subtle, reassuring, as if it were listening too. He swallows, then speaks. "It sounded far, but also close, like it wasn't just calling from a place, but from a time, from something that remembers me." Her smile deepens, touched by something you cannot name. "Aye," she murmurs. That's how Samwise described it. When he got older, before he sailed, you feel Fro's heartbeat quicken. You feel yours mirror it, the way your pulse jumps when someone finally begins to explain the very thing you thought only you felt. She folds her hands on the table, her fingers thin, marked by work and weather. Her eyes, however, are bright, alive with stories still burning. He said the bell comes only to those who carry not the weight of the war, no, but the weight of the scars left after it. You notice how Fro's shoulders tighten, as if he is ashamed for suddenly fitting into a grief he never earned. He opens his mouth to protest, but she lifts a hand gently. "No, lad, not all scars belong to wounds you take yourself. Some come through blood, some through kinship, and some because your heart's soft enough to feel what others cannot." You feel this sentence settle inside you, like a truth you always knew, but never said aloud. The candle flickers in the corner, casting a single ribbon of gold across the table. You see the way the light touches the framed scrap of parchment on the shelf. You hear Fro breathe quietly, almost reverently. He follows her gaze and asks, barely above a whisper, "Was that Sam's writing?" She nods slowly. One of the last things he wrote before he left. He said it wasn't meant for the Red Book. Said it was more a reminder for whoever would need it next. She rises, her joints creaking softly, and crosses to the shelf. You watch her lift the frame with both hands, as though holding a relic. When she returns, she sets it gently before Fro. You lean closer with him. The parchment is faded, edges curled slightly with age. The ink, however, remains strong. Samwise's hand was steady, even when his heart was full. There are only 4 lines. When the world grows quiet, listen for the sea. For even peace has tides, and some souls are carried by them. You feel the breath leave Fro's chest. You feel something inside you loosen, as if a knot that lived quietly in your ribs has finally slipped free. The elder watches him, watches you, as if she knows exactly what this moment means. "You wondered why you heard the bell," she says gently. "Why it rang now, for you." Fro nods, unable to speak. "It's because healing calls to hearts that are ready, not to hearts that are wounded." The room falls still. Even the house seems to pause its soft breaths of wood and wind. Healing calls to hearts that are ready, not wounded, not broken, ready. You feel the distinction sink in, soft but deep, like light sinking into still water. Fro presses a hand to his chest, where the jewel rests unseen. Its warmth expands, subtle but undeniable. Not a command, not an urgency, just an invitation. He finally finds his voice. What am I supposed to do?" For the first time, the elder chuckles. A low, warm sound, like stones shifting in a hearth. "Oh, no one tells you what to do, lad. That's the whole point. Callings aren't orders, they're doors." She stands and opens her own front door a crack. Morning light spills in, quiet and comforting. "What you do," she says, turning back, "is walk and listen, and let the road show you where the healing is needed." You feel Fro blink slowly, absorbing each word like a plant opening to sun. She sits again and adds, almost in a whisper, "And remember this, the Last Echo of Frodo isn't about repeating his journey. It's about restoring what his journey could not." A shiver moves through you, not from cold, from recognition. Someone had to carry the burden. Someone else has to carry the peace. The jewel under Fro's shirt pulses once, soft, rhythmic, as if in agreement. You sense the Shire outside shifting its morning rhythm. Voices rising, fields waking, life continuing, blissfully unaware that destiny is stirring in a hobbit hole at the edge of nowhere. The elder pours more tea, though neither of you reaches for it. This moment is too full of stillness to be interrupted. Finally, she lifts her chin slightly and speaks with a voice that feels less like teaching and more like blessing. The bell will ring again, and when it does, you won't ask what to do. You'll simply know. You feel Fro's breath deepen. You feel your own breath match it, slow, grounded, steady. Something has begun, quietly, gently, inevitably. And as the morning light warms the floorboards beneath your feet, you sense it again. Faint, distant, patient. The softest ring of a bell over impossible waters. Not loud enough to hear clearly. Just loud enough that you cannot pretend it was your imagination. The road waits. Healing waits. And the world, which thinks its story ended with Frodo, is about to learn that some echoes are not the end of sound, but the beginning of a new rhythm. You breathe in, you breathe out, and the next chapter quietly awaits. The room seems to breathe with you. A long, gentle inhale through the floorboards. A soft exhale through the open door. The elder's cottage holds the quiet, the way a seashell holds the memory of the ocean. Not loudly, not insistently, but faithfully. Fro sits very still, and you sit with him. The moment stretches, becoming something like a cocoon made of morning light and old stories. You feel the jewel's warmth against his chest, a tiny, rhythmic pulse that almost seems to match the bell you heard before. The elder's eyes soften as she watches him. She has seen this before. Not this scene, not this hobbit, but this awakening. The look of someone who expected a simple life, and suddenly realizes that even simple lives have hidden doorways. "You're thinking too loudly, dear," she murmurs, smiling. Fro lets out a small breath he didn't know he was holding. You feel the way his thoughts swirl, half excitement, half fear, half disbelief. Yes, that's too many halves. That's how hobbit thoughts work. He presses a hand to the jewel beneath his shirt. It responds with a soft glow, so faint that only he and you feel it. "I've never—" His voice trails off, as if the sentence is too fragile to complete. "Felt chosen?" the elder suggests for him. Fro blushes, a warm pink rising in his cheeks. You feel his embarrassment, his modesty, his hope, all mixed like colors in water. He finally nods. The elder leans back in her chair, hands folded, expression tender. "Let me tell you something Samwise once told me," she says, "when he was very old and the days were getting shorter for him. You lean in, as Fro does. Even the candle flame seems to lean. He said heroes aren't chosen because they're brave. Hearts become brave because something chooses them. The words settle over you like a blanket. You feel Fro repeat them silently. Chosen. Brave. Heart." The elder continues, voice almost lyrical, the kind of voice that makes the world slow down. "And he told me, courage isn't meant only for war. Sometimes the bravest thing a soul can do is walk toward the thing that calls it, even when it doesn't understand why." You feel the air shift. Something deep inside Fro moves. Not outward, but inward, like a seed realizing it is meant to grow. Fro looks down at his cup. His fingers tremble slightly around the clay. "But what if I make a mistake?" he asks softly. Ah, there it is, the fear beneath all other fears. You feel it too, the way it echoes in your ribs. The elder smiles in that quiet, knowing way. "Mistakes?" She chuckles, shaking her head. "Oh, lad. Mistakes are the lanterns that light the road you're meant to take." Fro frowns a little, confused. You feel his hesitation mirror your own. She explains. "When you step wrong, the world around you shifts, guiding you back. It's not failure. It's conversation. You feel that, deeply, beautifully, like a truth your bones already knew." Fro lets out a slow breath. You notice his posture soften, as if a weight he carried without noticing has loosened. Outside, the morning brightens. The breeze through the open door carries the scent of warm grass, fresh earth, and the distant sweetness of apples ripening on branches. The elder rises again and walks to a wooden box near the hearth. It is old, older than she is, maybe. Carved with leaves and waves, its surface polished by time and touch. She kneels, opens it, and rummages inside. Fro watches with wide, attentive eyes. You feel your own anticipation build, feather-light but electric. When she returns to the table, she sets down a folded piece of pale cloth. Something small lies inside it. "You should have this," she says. Fro hesitates, afraid to touch it. "Go on, dear. It's been waiting longer than you think." He unfolds the cloth delicately. Inside is a small wooden carving, simple, unadorned, worn by countless fingertips. A boat with a single sail curved as if catching a wind no hand can feel. Fro breathes a small gasp. You feel it ripple through you. "This," the elder whispers, "was given to Sam by Frodo, and Sam passed it to my mother. But he always said it wasn't meant to stay put." Her eyes meet Fro's. "He said it belonged to the one who hears the sea." Silence fills the room, but not emptiness. A silence full of meaning, like a page that asks to be turned slowly. Fro's fingers close around the carving. He holds it as though it might vanish if he blinks too hard. You feel the jewel against his chest respond. one steady pulse of light. The elder watches him with deep tenderness. "You don't need to understand the road to begin it," she says. "You only need to trust that your feet know the way." You feel Fro absorb the words like roots taking water. You feel something inside you take water too. He rises slowly from his chair, still holding the little boat. You feel his heart beating faster now, not with fear, but with the first warmth of purpose. He looks at the elder, and his voice is soft. "Thank you." She touches his cheek gently, as one might touch a story that has just begun. "Go on, Fro lad," she whispers. And when the bell rings again, don't wait. He steps back toward the door. You step with him. The light outside is brighter now, the breeze gentler, the world unchanged, and yet completely different. As he crosses the threshold, you hear it, faint, distant, unmistakable. The bell, not urgent, not commanding, just calling. Calling the way light calls to a closed flower. Calling the way dawn calls to a sleeping field. Calling because something in the world is ready to be healed. And it needs a heart like his, a heart like yours. Fro stops. You feel him listen. The elder's voice floats from behind. "Don't fear the sound, dear. It's only the beginning." The cottage door closes gently. You breathe in. You breathe out. And together, you take your first step onto a road that remembers the echo of Frodo and waits for the footsteps of Fro. The sunlight outside feels different now. Not just warm, but guiding. As Fro steps onto the path, you feel the soft give of the earth beneath his feet, the familiar spring of Shire soil. Yet every sound, every scent, every gust of wind carries a subtle shimmer, as if the world has tilted an inch towards something unseen. He walks slowly at Primero, not because he hesitates, but because walking is how hobbits think. You feel the quiet stretch between each breath, each footstep, each heartbeat that echoes faintly against the glow of the jewel under his shirt. The little wooden boat rests in his pocket. You sense its weight, not heavy, but symbolic, like a lantern handed from one hand to another across generations. You hear the distant hum of morning life, a shepherd calling to his sheep, a dog barking far off, the rustle of leaves waking to the light. But beneath those sounds, beneath everything, you sense the faintest tremor of something else. Not music, not voice, but presence. Fro follows the small winding path leading away from the cottage. You feel the warmth of the sun against his curls, the tender breeze brushing the edges of his sleeves, and the subtle tension in his chest, the feeling of someone walking toward a mystery that doesn't frighten, but humbles. As the path curves, an old wooden signpost appears. It points in 3 directions, Hobbiton, Bywater, and a third, its letters mostly faded away by rain and time. Fro pauses before it. You feel him study the worn letters, tracing them with his eyes. They read, East Farthing Road, the Hill of Listening. He frowns softly. You feel curiosity bloom inside him like a slow dawn. The Hill of Listening. He whispers it aloud, testing the shape of the words. You sense it immediately. That name means something. Not from a map, not from a tale told by the fire, but from the quiet space where instinct and destiny shake hands. He turns toward it. You walk with him. Grass sways on either side of the narrow road. Tiny white flowers dot the fields, nodding as the breeze brushes them. You feel the earth, the calm, the gentleness of this part of the world, a place built on peace, but carrying stories in its soil. As Fro walks, he begins to hum. It's an unconscious tune, one he doesn't recognize, one you don't recognize either, but it feels familiar, like remembering something forgotten just at the moment before waking. The path rises gradually. You feel your breath deepen with the slope. You sense Fro's anticipation growing, not sharp, but warm, like waiting for a letter you know will bring truth, not fear. At the top, the hill opens into a small clearing, encircled by windswept grass. You feel the stillness there. Not silence, but stillness. the kind that exists in places the world uses for thinking. Fro steps into the center. The moment he does, the breeze stops. Not abruptly, just quietly, like a breath held in reverence. You feel your own breathing change. Fro lifts his face to the sky. Clouds drift slowly across it, white and soft as fleece. The air tastes faintly of salt again, an impossibility this far inland, yet unmistakable. Then it begins. Very faint, very far. The bell. One soft chime, like light brushing metal. You feel it resonate not in your ears, but deep in your sternum, a gentle vibration that spreads outward like ripples in a pool. Fro's eyes widen. He doesn't move. You don't either. The bell rings again, a slightly lower tone this time, a note full of longing and memory, as if shaped by all those who once carried burdens too heavy for others to see. A third ring. This one feels like a question meant for him, a question meant for you. Fro clutches the wooden boat in his pocket. You feel the jewel grow warm, almost hot, under his shirt. He closes his eyes. You close yours. The wind returns suddenly, soft at first, then stronger, circling the hilltop like a guardian waking from sleep. Grass bends in one direction, as if bowing. The bell rings a fourth time. This tone is different. It is neither far nor near. It is inside. Inside Fro. Inside you. The sound is a doorway opening, and with it, a vision. Not a sharp image, not a dream, but a feeling that takes shape like light forming the outline of a distant coast. You sense white shores, a sky that glows as if dawn and dusk are happening at once, a vast green land rising beyond. Not Valinor itself, but the memory of those who longed for it. You feel Fro sway slightly, his breath catching. You steady with him. A voice, not spoken, not shouted, but carried by the bell's resonance, whispers at the very edge of meaning. Listen. There is more to be mended than you know. You feel the truth of it settle in your bones. Fro opens his eyes slowly. The wind calms. The grass rises again. The world looks unchanged. But Fro has changed. You feel it in the weight of his breath, in the way he quietly straightens his shoulders, not in pride, but in acceptance. The bell no longer rings, but its echo lingers in the space behind your ribs. After a long silence, Fro speaks softly. I have to follow it. You feel the determination woven into the words. Soft, steady, inevitable. He looks out across the Shire, where paths twist like stories and rivers gleam like unspoken promises. So where do I go now? The question is gentle, but real. And then, you feel it. A subtle shift. A knowing that isn't yours alone. The elder's words drift back to you on the breeze. Callings aren't orders. They're doors. Fro touches the jewel lightly. It pulses once. Not guiding him like a command, but acknowledging him, as one might nod to a companion ready for the road. You breathe with him again. The hilltop is quiet. Only one path leads down. Not marked on any map. Not carved by any king. A simple hobbit path. A beginning. Fro takes the first step. You follow. And the echo of Frodo walks beside you both. Down the slope, the path narrows. Not in a threatening way. More like the world is gently asking you to pay attention. Every pebble, every blade of grass, every shift of the wind feels deliberate, as if placed there not by chance, but by invitation. Fro's steps are quiet. Your steps with him, even quieter. There is a sense, soft but unmistakable, that you are not simply walking through the Shire. You are walking into something. A new chapter, a new rhythm, a new echo. The sunlight filters through the branches of young birch trees lining the path. Their leaves shimmer like pieces of broken starlight, each one catching the morning in a slightly different hue. You feel the cool dapples of shade touch Fro's arms, then yours. A soft flicker of warmth to coolness, to warmth again, as if the world were breathing in its own slow cycle. Fro pauses as the breeze carries a sound. Not the bell. Not yet. But something gentler, like a whisper trailing across the grass. Bird song. But not the usual bright chirp of shire birds waking to breakfast. This one is lower, slower, threaded with a strange melancholy. It feels ancient, a sound that remembers more than it reveals. Fro tilts his head, listening. You listen with him. The song is faint, drifting like a ribbon on the air, yet full of meaning you cannot decipher. You sense what Fro senses. This is not a shire bird. This is something older, something that remembers the echo of Frodo, the way trees remember storms. Fro takes a few careful steps toward the sound. The path curls to the right, bending around a willow whose branches sweep the ground. You feel the shift in the air, a slight thickening, the way the world feels moments before stepping into a room where something sacred has happened. Fro parts the willow's branches. Behind them lies a small clearing, one you would never see unless you knew it was there. A hidden fold of the Shire. The birdsong stops instantly, but the silence that replaces it is not empty. It hums very softly, like the air itself is listening. In the middle of the clearing is a stone, not carved, not placed, worn smooth by time and weather. A stone shaped like a natural seat, large enough for a hobbit, small enough for a child. Fro approaches it slowly. You feel the way his pulse quickens, not from fear, but recognition, as if his heart remembers something his mind does not. You glance around the clearing. Small wildflowers bloom around the stone, white and pale gold, their petals trembling lightly, though no wind touches them. You notice something else. A faint shimmer rests on the stone's surface. Not light reflecting, not dust. Something softer, like the memory of a touch left long ago. Fro runs his fingertips across it. You feel your breath catch. The stone warms under his touch, only slightly, almost imperceptibly. But the warmth spreads into him, then into you, quiet as dawn. He whispers, "This place feels familiar." The moment he says it, you feel it too. A quiet certainty. This clearing was once visited by someone who carried a great burden and laid pieces of his heaviness down where the world could hold them gently. You do not see Frodo, but you feel him, not as a ghost, not as a memory, but as a presence the same way hope is a presence, invisible but undeniable. Fro sits on the stone. You sit with him. The clearing responds. The air grows warmer, the light softens, and the faint shimmer gathers again, not on the stone, but around Fro's shoulders, as if the world itself recognizes him. You feel the jewel heat faintly against his chest. Then, very softly, so softly you almost question it, the bell. A single note, clear, pure, tender, not calling him away, but calling him inward. Fro closes his eyes. You close yours. The bell doesn't ring a second time. This note lingers, vibrating through you, through him, through the stone beneath you both. A wave of warmth spreads through your chest, slow and deep, like the feeling of forgiveness you didn't know you needed. A whisper rises in that warmth. Not words, not exactly, more like meaning. The world is bruised in places you cannot see, and healing begins only where someone listens. You breathe. Fro breathes. The clearing breathes. Everything feels aligned, as if the universe paused just to let this moment exist. When Fro finally opens his eyes, the shimmer fades, leaving only sunlight and wildflowers. But he looks different, less weighed down, less uncertain, more aware. He whispers, "I think I understand, or at least I understand enough to keep going." You feel the truth of that sentence all the way to your fingertips. He rises from the stone slowly, as if standing from a dream. The world around him brightens, gently, in approval. And then, a voice speaks, not the bell, not an echo, a real voice, from the edge of the clearing. You found it then. You turn with Fro. A figure stands there, hobbit-sized, cloaked in green and brown, blending with the trees like a wandering shepherd of the wild places. You cannot see their face, only their eyes, bright, knowing, gentle. Fro's breath catches. Who are you? The figure steps closer, their presence calm, ancient in a way no hobbit should be. You've been hearing the bell, the figure says softly. Not a question, a recognition. Fro nods, throat tight. The figure lowers their hood slowly. Sunlight falls across their face. And what you see makes your heart pause. This is no stranger. This is no wandering hobbit. This is someone tied to a story older than Fro, older than Sam, older than almost anyone left in the Shire. Their expression carries the quiet sorrow of someone who has outlived too much, yet still chooses kindness. With a soft smile, they say, I am here because Frodo asked me to stay until the next one came. You feel the world tilt. The breeze hushes. Even the birds hold their breath. Fro whispers, next one? The figure nods, and their voice is the gentlest truth you have ever heard. You, Fro, you are the next one. The clearing glows, subtle, golden, alive. The bell does not ring. It doesn't have to. Destiny has arrived. The clearing holds its breath. Even the sunlight pauses, a softened gold hovering between leaves. Fro doesn't move. You feel the way his heartbeat stumbles, half fear, half awe, and something deeper, like the recognition of a truth that was always waiting for him. The cloaked figure stands calmly, hands loosely folded, eyes glowing with the patience of someone who has walked long roads and kept longer promises. Fro swallows. You feel the tightness in his throat, the way his body tenses in uncertainty. Me? His voice trembles. You feel it tremble inside you too. The figure nods slowly, the small motion carrying the weight of years, decades, centuries, perhaps. Yes, Fro, they say softly. You are the next one. The wind stirs gently, as if the world itself sighs in agreement. Fro shakes his head, curls bouncing, eyes wide. I don't understand, he whispers. I'm not like him. I didn't fight in wars. I didn't carry anything heavy. I didn't endure. His voice cracks on the last word. The figure's expression softens, full of a compassion that makes your chest warm. Oh, Fro, they murmur, stepping just close enough that their presence feels like shade on a hot day. You speak of burdens as if they are the only measure of worth. You feel that line settle deep. A seed finding soil. Fro looks down at the ground, ashamed. You feel his doubt coil tightly around his ribs. The figure kneels in front of him, so their eyes meet at the same level. Their voice becomes quiet, steady, like a hearth speaking in winter. Frodo did not ask me to wait for another hero. They shake their head gently. He asked me to wait for someone whose heart could hear what others had long forgotten. Fro blinks. You feel something flicker in him. Not confidence, but a tiny awakening. Hear what? He asks. The figure smiles, a small, warm smile that feels like dawn. The world's ache, they reply. And it's healing. A long silence follows, not heavy, but sacred. You feel Fro breathe it in. Then, with cautious curiosity, he asks, Who are you? The figure rises, their movements fluid, like someone shaped by both the earth and the wind. I am called Ilarion, they say finally. My mother was of the fair folk, and my father was of the wandering kindreds of men. Your heart stirs, half elf, half man, a bridge between worlds, a being who has seen both sorrow and beauty too clearly, someone who could have sailed west long ago, but didn't. Fro seems to sense this too. Why did you stay? He asks quietly. Ilarion's gaze softens with memory, a memory that carries great weight. Because Frodo asked, they say simply, and I owed him a debt of the heart. They look toward the sky, as if seeing something far beyond it. He carried the burden that broke my people. He walked through shadow and stayed kind. And when he left, he asked me to wait for the next soul who might need the road he never finished. The words wrap around you like a cloak. Fro stands silent, small, but somehow luminous. And you think, that's me? He whispers. Ilarion steps closer, touching a hand gently to Fro's shoulder. No, they say softly. I do not think it. I know it. As they touch him, the jewel beneath Fro's shirt glows, bright enough that even through cloth, the clearing fills with a pale, shimmering light. Ilarion sees it and nods slowly. It has awakened for you, they murmur. That is not chance. That is calling. Fro's eyes fill with tears he does not understand. You feel them sting behind your own eyes. I'm afraid, Fro whispers. Ilarion smiles again, not reassuring, but honest. So was Frodo. So was Sam. Courage is never the absence of fear. It is the decision to walk anyway. The trees rustle softly, as though in agreement. Fro wipes his eyes with the back of his sleeve. He looks down at the wooden boat in his hand. What am I supposed to do now? He asks. Ilarion turns, looking toward the west, the direction of the sea. The bell will guide you first, they say. The road will reveal itself as you walk, and I will walk with you until my task is done. You feel your heartbeat align with Fro's, nervous, hopeful, trembling, but ready. Ilarion looks back at him. There is a place you must go first, they say quietly. A place where Frodo once stood, where something remains, unfinished. Fro's breath catches. You lean closer with him. Ilarion speaks the name with reverence. The Grey Havens. The world goes still. A hush deeper than silence settles over everything. Fro feels it. You feel it. A place of endings and beginnings. A place where echoes wait. Fro whispers, almost to himself, the Havens. Ilarion nods. But before we reach them, they continue, there is one more thing you must understand. They step close again, eyes gentle and bright. The echo you hear is not Frodo calling you. Fro freezes. You feel your breath stop with his. Ilarion's voice softens to a near whisper. It is the world itself. Your heart trembles. The world is remembering its wounds, Ilarion says, and it is asking for someone who can listen without turning away. The jewel pulses once. The trees sway. The air thickens with meaning. Ilarion lays a hand over Fro's heart. And now, Fro, the question is this. You feel it before the words are spoken. Will you listen? The clearing shifts. Light deepens. Wind quiets. Everything waiting. Fro closes his eyes. You close yours. The bell does not ring again. It does not need to. In the silence that follows, something vast and tender opens inside Fro, and inside you. A door, a beginning, a promise. And when Fro inhales again, his breath no longer trembles. He whispers only one word. Yes. The world exhales, and destiny moves. Ilarion's smile is small, but it carries the warmth of an ancient hearth, one that has waited a very, very long time for someone to say exactly that word. Yes. The clearing softens around you. The sunlight feels deeper, the shadows gentler, as if the whole Shire leans in with quiet approval. A breeze stirs again, brushing through Fro's curls, lifting the hem of Ilarion's cloak, and carrying the faint scent of distant salt. Not from the water, not from any river, from the sea, that same impossible scent you felt before. Fro breathes it in, and something inside him shifts, like a locked hinge loosening, or a forgotten door beginning to open. Ilarion steps back, studying him not with expectation, but with recognition. You felt it, they say quietly. The sea wind, even this far inland. Fro nods, unsure if he should be frightened or comforted, or both. Ilarion gestures softly toward the edge of the clearing. Come, there is something else you must see. You follow as Fro follows, the grass whispering under your steps, the air thick with a sense of transition. Not dramatic, but profound, like the fragile moment between dreaming and waking. A narrow trail opens between the trees, barely visible except to those meant to walk it. The canopy above dims the sunlight to a gentle green, and your footsteps echo softly, as if the earth has become a hallway for quiet revelations. Fro touches the jewel through his shirt without meaning to. You feel the pulse of warmth beneath his fingers, not guiding, not pulling, just present, like a companion. Ilarion glances at it with understanding. That jewel was not merely a gift, they say softly. It was a promise, a piece of Arwen's hope, shaped into light for a burden Frodo could no longer carry. Fro looks down. His voice is small. And now it glows for me. Ilarion nods, eyes bright. It recognizes in you what Frodo once embodied. Not suffering, not pain, but capacity. Capacity? For what? Fro asks. Ilarion's voice becomes very gentle. For healing. You feel that word ripple through your chest, a warm ache settling beneath your ribs. Healing. The world is quiet for a long, long moment. Then, as the trail bends, the trees open into another small glade, one unlike any other in the Shire. A single willow grows at the center, its branches long and silver green, its roots curved like an embrace around a ring of moss. Sunlight passes through its leaves in thin, delicate beams that resemble falling threads of gold. Ilarion steps aside. This, they whisper, is one of the places where Frodo came when his wounds ached and he could not find sleep. Fro's breath catches. You feel the tenderness of the moment settle around him. Ilarion approaches the willow and rests a hand on its bark. Their voice lowers, almost reverent. He could not sail yet, not until the last battles in the Shire were done, not until Saruman's shadow was lifted. And so, he came here, to rest, to breathe, to gather strength where strength was thin. Fro steps closer, touching the soft moss where Frodo once sat. You feel the energy of the place, not magic, but memory. Ilarion continues. For many weeks after the war, this willow listened to Frodo's pain, not to remove it, but to hold it gently, the way the world holds the rain before releasing it into rivers again. Fro's throat tightens. You mean, even after the journey? He wasn't healed right away? Ilarion's expression softens deeply, as if remembering someone they loved. Wounds of the spirit rarely mend quickly, they say. Even those who save the world must still learn how to save themselves. The words feel like truth carved from light. Fro sits slowly on the moss. You sit with him. The willow's leaves sway without any wind. Ilarion kneels beside him, voice low and intimate. Frodo asked me to remain in Middle-earth because healing does not end when the story does. It continues in those who come after, those who listen, those who notice what others overlook. Their gaze meets Fro's, gentle and steady. And now, the world calls not for a warrior, but for a listener. Fro's eyes fill again, not from fear, but from a sensation rising inside him, anchoring him to something larger. You keep saying the world needs listening, he says quietly. What am I supposed to listen to? Ilarion touches the willow trunk softly. To the places where sorrow echoes louder than memory. They turn their hand toward Fro's heart, and to the ache within you that answers back. Fro looks down at his hands. I don't know how to do that. Ilarion smiles, as if that is the most natural confession. No one does. Not at first. Listening is the oldest magic, and the quietest. But you will learn. They stand and motion gently. Look! Fro lifts his eyes. In the filtered sunlight, the air above the moss begins to shimmer. Not bright, not dramatic, but subtle, like silver dust caught in a breath of wind. You feel it before Fro sees it. A memory, not a vision, a residual warmth, an echo of someone who sat there many times seeking peace. You hear Fro whisper, Frodo? The shimmer pulses once, and a sensation spreads through the clearing, gentle gratitude, soft sorrow, and a peace so fragile you only dare to feel it in silence. Ilarion bows their head. His echo remains, they say quietly, not trapped, not unfinished, just present, because love leaves traces wherever it has tried to mend the world. Fro looks overwhelmed. You feel the emotion gather behind your own eyes. Ilarion's voice wraps around the moment like a cloak. There is a place where these echoes gather when they grow too heavy for the land to hold. That is why the bell calls you. It is time for the next journey. Fro asks the question you both feel forming. Are the echoes in pain? Ilarion considers the question with care. Not pain, they finally say, but longing. Longing to be understood so they can finally move from memory to peace. Fro's voice breaks. And I'm meant to help with that? Ilarion lays a gentle hand on his shoulder. You are meant to listen. And listening is often the first step toward release. The willow rustles, soft, encouraging. The jewel warms again. The bell does not ring, but Fro feels its pull in his bones. He wipes his eyes, inhales deeply, and stands. You stand with him. Ilarion turns toward the west, a faint glow rising behind their silhouette. It is time, they say softly. The echoes call from the edge of the sea. Fro looks toward the distant light, toward a place where endings become beginnings, toward the gray havens, toward healing. He whispers, I'm ready, and the world seems to nod, a soft, invisible bow of approval. The first steps toward the west feel nothing like ordinary walking. You sense it immediately. A shift in the way the world holds its breath, a gentle widening of space around Fro, as if the path is no longer just soil and grass, but a quiet promise unfolding beneath his feet. Ilarion leads without haste. Their stride is calm, measured, as though they know that the journey itself is part of the healing. The forest thins gradually, letting ribbons of sunlight weave and wander through the branches. You walk through them too, feeling warmth pass over your face in soft waves. Fro stays close behind, one hand unconsciously resting over the jewel beneath his shirt. Its warmth steadies him, and you feel that same warmth steady you. No one speaks for a long while, but the silence is not empty. It is full, alive, a silence that listens back. The ground slowly slopes downward, and soon the trees open into a quiet meadow where golden grasses sway. A narrow river runs along the far edge, its water clear enough that you can see smooth stones glittering beneath the surface. You hear the soft trickle and feel it cooling the edges of your thoughts. Ilarion pauses at the riverbank. This place, they say softly, was one Frodo crossed on his final journey to the Havens. Fro kneels at the water's edge. You feel his breath deepen as he watches the current glimmer over stone. There is something familiar in the way it moves, something rhythmic, like a memory of motion. Ilarion crouches beside him. The water remembers more than Earth ever could, they explain. It carries echoes without holding them. It listens without becoming heavy. Fro trails his fingers in the river. The coolness spreads through your own hand, up your arm, like a quiet thread of clarity. Does the water remember him? Fro asks. Ilarion smiles gently. It remembers everyone who passes with a burden. It remembers Sam. It remembers Mary. It remembers Pippin. And yes, it remembers Frodo most of all. You feel a tug in the current as Fro's fingertips lightly disturb the surface. The water ripples, reflecting a sudden shimmer of light. Just a moment, like the shadow of a star passing beneath the surface. Fro gasps softly. You feel the ripple pass through your chest as well. Did you see that? He whispers. Ilarion nods. The river shows what hearts are open enough to perceive. It has greeted you. Fro's cheeks flush with a mix of awe and humility. He looks down at the little wooden boat in his palm. A small, simple carving. Bilbo's hands made things like this. Frodo's hands carried one. Now Fro holds it. He gently places the boat on the water. The current accepts it, cradling it in a soft sway. But it does not drift away. Instead, it circles, slow and deliberate, as if thinking. You feel it too. An awareness in the water. Then the boat glides toward Fro and stops at his knee. Returned. Ilarion watches with quiet reverence. It recognizes you, they say. Fro draws in a trembling breath. You feel the meaning of the moment settle deep, as though the river itself has blessed his beginning. What does it mean? Fro asks softly. Ilarion gazes at the water. That Frodo's journey touched many things, they say, and some of those things now recognize the one who follows not in task, but in spirit. The river's voice softens, a gentle hush sliding over stones. Fro picks up the boat carefully and holds it to his chest. Then, from the other side of the river, a new sound rises. Not the bell, not wind, not birds, a faint hum. Low, steady, resonant. You feel it vibrate quietly along your spine. It feels like breath on still air, something awakening. Fro stands slowly. Ilarion rises with him, their expression shifting from calm to alert serenity. You hear it, they say. Fro nods. What is it? He whispers. The first echo, Ilarion answers, calling for the one who can listen. A shiver runs through you, not fear. Recognition. You cross the river with Fro and Ilarion. The water parts around your ankles like silk, leaving no chill, only clarity. On the far side, the meadow gives way to an ancient hedgerow. A narrow opening leads into a shadowed walkway, a tunnel of branches overhead, woven by time rather than hands. The hum grows louder here, deeper, weighted with something unsaid. Fro hesitates at the entrance. You feel the hesitation ripple through you. Not dread, but the gravity of stepping into a story that belongs partly to him and partly to the ages. Ilarion places a hand on his back. You need not be brave, they whisper. You need only be willing. Fro nods, swallows, and steps forward. You step with him. The world dims. Light filters through leaves like green glass. The air grows cooler, tinged with the scent of old wood and far-off rain. Every footstep echoes softly, not like sound, but like memory. Halfway down the path, you begin to see it. A faint glow ahead, soft, silvery, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. The jewel warms against Fro's chest. You feel its pulse beat in time with the light. Ilarion whispers, "This is where echoes gather when they cannot reach the sea." They remain suspended, waiting for someone with the gift to hear. Fro slows, the light brightens, and then you see it. Suspended in the center of the tunnel, floating inches above the ground, is a small sphere of pale light, gentle, trembling, as if made of breath. It flickers weakly, like a candle almost out. Fro's eyes widen. You feel your chest tighten. "What is it?" he whispers. Ilarion's voice carries sorrow and reverence. An echo left behind by someone who suffered quietly. Someone who carried pain the world never noticed. Someone who needed comfort, but never knew where to place it. The sphere flickers again. Fro steps closer, compelled by something deeper than understanding. The echo brightens, just a little, as if sensing him. Ilarion watches, unmoving. "This is why you were called," they say softly. "To listen to what remains unheard." Fro kneels before the trembling light. You kneel with him. He extends both hands, not touching, just offering. The sphere drifts toward him, pale and fragile as morning frost. Fro closes his eyes. You feel him open his heart, and the echo speaks, not in words, not in sound, but in emotion. Pain that was hidden, fear that was never voiced, loneliness that had no witness, and beneath it all, a longing to be understood before fading. Tears spill down Fro's cheeks. You feel your own throat tighten, the ache rising softly. Fro whispers, voice trembling, "I hear you." The echo brightens. "And you're not alone." The echo warms. "You are remembered." The echo glows like a heartbeat. "And you may rest." The echo expands, just once, as though taking a final breath, then dissolves into a soft cascade of silver dust, drifting upward until the leaves carry it away. Ilarion steps beside him. "You have released it," they say, "not by magic, by witnessing." Fro wipes his eyes with shaking hands. That was just one echo," he whispers. How many more are there? Ilarion turns toward the west, where the distant sky glows faintly over unseen waters. As many as the world carries, they answer, and the sea calls for each of them. Fro stands slowly, holding the wooden boat in both hands. You feel the bell at the edge of the world vibrate once, not in warning, but in invitation. Ilarion steps forward, their cloak catching the green light. It is time, they say gently. The next echo waits at the shore. Fro inhales, steadies himself, and nods. The path expands, the leaves part, and in the distance, far, far off, you glimpse it, a faint shimmer of silver blue where earth meets horizon, the sea, calling. The path widens just enough for the three of you to walk side by side, though Fro stays in the middle, not out of fear, but because something deep inside him seems to know that this part of the journey requires presence more than words. The air grows cooler with every step. You feel it first along your arms, a gentle chill, like the breath of a distant tide reaching inland. The scent of salt returns, not sharp, but ancient, like stones polished smooth by centuries of waves. Ilarion notices Fro breathe it in. Your heart recognizes the sea before your mind does, they say quietly. It is the place where burdens soften into truth. Fro doesn't answer. He walks with slow, steady steps, the wooden boat tucked safely in his palm. The trees thin out until the sky opens above you, vast and pale, with streaks of gold stretching across it like brush strokes. You hear the faint cries of distant seabirds, creatures no hobbit usually hears anywhere near the Shire. But today, the world bends its rules. The hum you heard earlier has faded, replaced by a deeper stillness, one that feels purposeful, as if silence itself has become a guide. After a long descent, the path leads into a wide field of wind-bent grass, the blades shimmering like silver-green ribbons. Each gust moves the meadow in great waves, like the sea rehearsing its own motion on land. Fro stops to watch it. You feel the wonder rise in his chest. Ilarion touches his shoulder. This place is a threshold. Those who cross here leave behind what no longer belongs to their journey. The words sink into the moment, like stones sinking into clear water. At the far end of the field, a lonely standing stone rises, tall, smooth, with faint carvings worn by time. The patterns are soft, half erased, the kind of marks only an elf or a poet would recognize. Fro approaches it slowly. You sense his heartbeat deepen, his breath lengthen. Ilarion walks ahead, tracing their fingertips along the ancient grooves. This stone, they say, marks the path taken by Frodo, Bilbo, and the last keepers of the Three Rings. Fro's eyes widen. You feel the gravity of the place settle around you. He touched this stone? Fro whispers. Ilarion nods. Often. Each time he passed, he paused here to quiet his thoughts and steady his heart for the road ahead. Fro places his palm against the stone. The moment he does, the air changes. Not dramatically, no flash of light, no shaking earth. It's subtler than that. The wind stills, the meadow holds its breath, and the faint warmth beneath Fro's hand spreads outward like the slow glow of embers. You feel it too. A distant emotion rising like tidewater. Not sorrow, not pain. Something gentler. Something like a long exhale after many years of waiting. Ilarion steps closer. An echo lingers here as well, they say. Not of a single person, but of a farewell. Fro's eyes soften. A farewell. From who? From all who left, Ilarion whispers. From the weary hearts that crossed the final threshold and looked back one last time. The stone warms further. You feel it settle deep into your ribs, a resonance of both gratitude and longing. Then, very softly, a sound rises from beneath the wind. Not a bell, not the hum from before, a whisper woven out of memory. Do not burden yourself with shadows that are not yours. Walk lightly, walk kindly, walk onward. Fro shivers, and you feel the shiver too. That was Frodo? He asks. Ilarion closes their eyes, listening. It may have been his echo, they say, Or perhaps your heart recalling the hope he once held. Echoes often borrow the voices we need most. The warmth fades gently, like light slipping behind clouds. Fro lowers his hand, breath softer now, eyes shining. Ilarion steps back. There is another echo, they say quietly. Close, but not here. Fro looks toward the west, following the direction of the wind. What kind of echo? He asks. Ilarion's expression shifts, deepens, as if they are about to reveal something long kept hidden. A heavy one, they answer. An echo that belongs to someone who never found peace after the war. Fro's breath catches. Who? Ilarion hesitates, and the pause carries weight. Not Frodo, they say gently. Not Sam, not Merry, not Pippin. They look toward the distant horizon, where a faint shimmer of blue marks the edge of the sea. This echo comes from one whose heart broke quietly, whose story was never written in the Red Book. You feel the air tighten. Someone lost. Someone unseen. Someone whose pain lingered beyond their life. Fro whispers, Can I really help them? Ilarion turns to him fully, their cloak brushing the grass, their presence steady, unwavering. Yes, they say, not by healing their sorrow, that is not your task, but by witnessing their story so it may finally reach the sea. A shiver moves through you, not of fear, but of knowing. The bell vibrates faintly, a low, distant tremor. Ilarion steps aside, allowing Fro to take the lead. From here, they say, you walk first. The echo will reveal itself when you are ready to hear it. Fro nods slowly. You feel him gathering courage from every breath, every memory, every pulse of warmth from the jewel. He takes a step forward, then another. The meadow parts for him, the wind shifting its song, and far ahead, just for a breath, you see something shimmer at the horizon. Not light, not mist, a figure, a silhouette turned toward the sea. Fro blinks, and the figure vanishes. Ilarion's voice drifts like a leaf on wind. They are waiting. The path curves toward the western cliffs. The sound of waves grows louder. The bell hums again. The sound of the waves grows steadier with each step. Not crashing, not roaring, but breathing. A slow, ancient rhythm that feels older than mountains, older than stories, older than any memory carried in flesh. You feel it in the soles of your feet, in the hollow beneath your ribs, in the quiet space behind your heartbeat. Fro walks ahead now, drawn gently, as if an invisible thread connects him to the essence of the sea. Ilarion keeps a respectful distance behind, their footsteps soft, their presence steady, like a guardian letting someone claim their own destiny. The meadow slopes downward into a narrow path carved between two low hills. Grass gives way to stone, weathered smooth by wind and time. The breeze shifts, carrying the salt more strongly now, mixed with a faint fragrance of distant rain. You feel Fro breathe it in, a shiver traveling down his spine. Not fear, awe. The path opens suddenly, and there it is, the western sea, wide, vast, silvery blue, glittering beneath the pale morning sun like liquid starlight. Waves roll in gentle, endless lines, their crests catching the light, their troughs deep and calm. Fro stops in his tracks. You stop with him. For a long, suspended moment, the three of you stand at the edge of something sacred. Fro's eyes shine. His breath is unsteady. I never imagined, he whispers. Ilarion gazes at the horizon. No hobbit truly imagines the sea, they say softly. They feel it. Long before they reach it, the wind rises then. A soft gust, lifting Fro's curls, stirring Ilarion's cloak, brushing your skin with a cool, tender touch. The waves echo the movement, and under the rhythm of the water, you sense it. Another sound. Soft, wavering, barely distinguishable from the wind. A cry, but not a loud one. Not desperate. A small, quiet cry, like someone calling out from a far-off memory. Fro stiffens. You feel his heart thump sharply. There, he whispers. I heard something. Ilarion nods. That is the echo we came to find. Fro takes a step toward the shoreline. Pebbles crunch beneath his feet. The smell of the sea is stronger now, clean, lifting, ancient. You feel it fill your chest, a deep, cooling breath that clears the shadows from your mind. The cry comes again, and this time it shapes itself into emotion, fear, loneliness, and a longing that has nowhere else to go. Fro's eyes glisten. Where is it? He asks. Ilarion gestures toward the rocks jutting out along the cliffside, shaped by years of tides and storms. There, they say. It lingers where someone's final steps were taken. Fro hesitates. You feel it, that tug between caution and calling. Ilarion steps beside him. Echoes do not harm, they say. They only wait. Fro nods. He approaches the rocks. The sea hushes, as if giving space for what is about to unfold. A gentle mist rises from the waves, touching his ankles, wrapping the stones in a silver-blue veil. Then, from within that mist, a faint shape begins to take form. Small, curled, huddled near the base of a great stone. A child, not whole, not physical, but outlined in light, as if sculpted from memory and moonshine. Fro gasps. You feel his breath catch inside your own lungs. Ilarion's voice lowers. He was a boy of the Shire, one who watched the grey ship depart, one who loved stories of Frodo and Bilbo more deeply than he ever admitted, one who followed the rumors of the Havens and came here alone, hoping to glimpse what he was never meant to see. The light child trembles. The echo's emotion rises. Fear, abandonment, confusion, a longing for a hand to hold, a longing for someone to say his name. Fro's throat tightens. What happened to him? Ilarion sighs softly. He slipped on the wet rocks. The sea carried him away. Not unkindly, but too quickly for any farewell. Fro presses a hand over his heart. You feel your own ache deepen. He was forgotten, Fro whispers. Ilarion shakes their head gently. No echo is ever forgotten, only unheard. The boy's silhouette flickers, the trembling growing stronger. Fro steps forward, instinctively, kneeling on the rock, ignoring the cold spray of the waves. He lifts both hands, not to touch, just to offer presence. The boy's light drifts closer. You feel it, the raw, quiet plea in the echo. See me, hear me, remember me. Let me go. Fro's voice trembles. I'm here, he whispers. I'm listening. The echo brightens faintly. You weren't meant to make this journey alone. You were loved, even if no one was there to say it. The waves hush. The wind slows. The world leans in. Fro's tears fall silently onto the rocks. You feel the warmth of them inside you. You mattered, he breathes, and you still matter. And I see you now. The echo brightens again, a slow, gentle pulse. Ilarion closes their eyes, murmuring. He hears truth for the first time. The boy shape rises slightly, as if weight lifts from it. The trembling stops. The outline softens. And then, faintly, the sea answers. A single wave rolls forward, higher than the rest, but calm, carrying light instead of foam. It touches the rock, touches the echo. For an instant, the boy glows bright, a soft burst of silver, then dissolves into drifting sparks that the tide gathers and carries gently away. Fro watches the water, tears still running. You feel peace settle over the moment, deep, pure, quiet. Ilarion stands beside him. You've done it, they say softly. You have released him. Fro's voice breaks. I didn't know it would hurt so much. Ilarion kneels, laying a gentle hand on his back. Listening with the heart always costs something. But what it gives back is greater. Fro wipes his face with trembling hands. He stands slowly. The sea shines before him, vast and open. I'm ready, he whispers, ready for the next echo. Ilarion smiles softly, the kind of smile forged from centuries of hope. Then the road will open. The wind rises, carrying the faint chime of a distant bell, clearer than before, calling, guiding, waiting. The tide pulls back slowly, leaving a thin veil of silver foam across the stones, as if the sea has placed a quiet blessing upon the shore. Fro stands very still. You feel him listening with more than his ears now. He listens with memory, with breath, with the soft ache behind his ribs that has begun to understand what it means for a heart to awaken. Ilarion watches him with a gentle pride that feels ancient, almost parental, as though they have seen this exact moment before in another hobbit, on another dawn. The wind curls around Fro's ankles, lifting grains of sand in a soft spiral, then drifts toward the west as if inviting him onward. But Ilarion lifts a hand. "Not yet," they whisper. "The sea has shown you one echo, but a journey such as this requires you to rest before you walk deeper." Fro blinks, surprised. "I... rest? Now?" Ilarion smiles softly. "Even the greatest journeys begin with a breath, not a step. You feel the truth of that settle inside you, the reminder that healing is not haste and that the heart needs quiet before it can carry reverence." Ilarion turns from the waves, guiding Fro toward a small outcrop of stones that form a natural alcove. There is soft grass there, and white flowers shaped like tiny bells grow in clusters among the cracks. "Sit," Ilarion murmurs. Fro obeys. You sit with him, the ground warm from the morning sun, the air carrying the faint glow of what has just been released. For a time, none of you speak. The sea fills the silence with its breathing, steady and ancient. Finally, Ilarion sits beside Fro. "You released your first echo," they say, "and now you must release something of your own." Fro tenses. "My own sorrow." Ilarion shakes their head. "Not sorrow, expectation." They look out at the horizon. Many who hear the sea believe their task must be great, heroic, world-shaping, but your purpose is gentler. They place a hand over Fro's chest. "You are not here to save the world. You are here to listen to it." Fro's breath deepens. You feel your chest lighten in response. "Listen to it," he repeats softly. "Yes," Ilarion replies, "and when you listen long enough, the path will reveal itself without effort." The waves hush. The wind softens. A small bird lands on a nearby rock, blinking at Fro as if acknowledging him. Ilarion rises, their silhouette framed by the shimmering horizon. "Stand, Fro." He does. You rise with him. Ilarion lifts their staff and draws a small circle in the sand. Inside the circle, they place a smooth stone, white as milk, polished by time. "This," they say, "is your marker. Leave behind the echo you no longer need, the belief that you must become Frodo to continue Frodo's work." Fro stares at the stone. His lips tremble. "But I admired him. I always wanted to be like him." Ilarion lays a hand on his shoulder. "Then honor him by being holy yourself." Fro closes his eyes. You feel him breathe slowly, in, out, in again. He kneels. You kneel. And Fro places his small wooden boat beside the white stone, not letting go of it forever, but offering part of it to the sea's memory. The wind responds, a gentle, warm gust that brushes his cheek like a blessing. The sea echoes a low, approving hum. Ilarion bows their head. "The first chapter of your journey is complete." Fro slowly rises, eyes shimmering with new understanding. "What happens now?" he whispers. Ilarion turns toward the winding path that curves along the coastline, leading deeper into the west. "Now," they say, "you step into the places where echoes begin." A soft bell chimes, distant, gentle, with unmistakable intention. Fro looks toward the sound. You feel his pulse lift. Ilarion smiles. The wind carries the sea's breath over your skin. The journey stretches onward, and Fro takes the first step. The sea remains behind you now, its breath steady and ancient. A guardian you can feel, even when you're not facing it, as you follow Fro along the winding coastal path, You notice the air shifting again, lighter, clearer, carrying not only salt, but something else underneath. Something like memory warming in sunlight. You walk beside him, your steps falling into the same quiet rhythm as his, and for a few moments, everything feels suspended in a soft, golden calm. The world does not rush you. The path does not demand anything. You simply move, as if movement itself were a kind of prayer. Ahead, Ilarion walks with the certainty of someone who knows these lands intimately. They pause from time to time, touching the bark of an old pine, or listening to the wind passing through the hollows of stone. You notice the way Fro watches them, not with awe, but with growing trust. Something inside him is settling, like a ripple smoothing into still water. And then, you hear it. A faint ringing. Not the bell, not the same tone that called Fro across the Shire. This sound is thinner, delicate as pressed silver, almost shy in the way it forms itself in the wind. Fro stops mid-step. You feel the jolt of recognition in his chest. Ilarion turns their head slightly, their eyes narrowing, their expression shifting from calm to intent focus. You hear it, they say. Fro nods, breath shallow. What is this sound? You whisper through him. Ilarion looks toward the rise of the hill ahead, where the grass bends in soft waves. It is not a plea, they say. It is not sorrow. Their voice becomes gentler. This echo is wondering. The word tingles in the air. Fro frowns softly. Wondering. About what? Ilarion smiles, their expression touched by something bittersweet. Why it was left behind. A hush falls. You continue walking, your footsteps muffled by the tender earth, until the path crests the hill. And there, spread before you, is a field unlike any you've seen in Middle-earth. Tall reeds sway in perfect rhythm, catching the sunlight in strands of pale gold. Butterflies drift lazily between the flowers, their wings glowing like fragments of warm dawn. And the air is filled with soft chimes, as if the whole field were strung with tiny silver threads of sound. Fro steps forward. The chimes respond, brightening, lifting, swirling gently around him like curious spirits. You feel hope rise in your chest. Ilarion joins him at the edge of the field. This, they say, is the meadow of first footsteps, where those who left Middle-earth walked their final miles upon its soil. Fro looks around with wide eyes. You mean their happiness remains here? Ilarion nods. There were tears at the havens, but there was also peace and relief and love. Those feelings echo as strongly as sorrow ever can. Fro places a hand over his heart. You feel his pulse quicken with gentle awe. And someone left an echo of joy here? Ilarion's gaze softens. One very dear to Frodo. The wind shifts. The chimes brighten. And suddenly, as if the field itself exhales, a faint presence forms ahead. A shape, a softness, a warmth given outline. You recognize the height instantly. Small, round-shouldered, light on the feet. A hobbit. But not Frodo. Not Sam. Not Merry. Not Pippin. A different hobbit altogether. One whose laughter once filled the Shire like starlight held in cupped hands. Fro's breath catches. Who is that? Ilarion answers softly. Someone who walked with Frodo in days, long before the darkness. Someone who left the world with peace in their heart, but with one final joy that never found voice. The Echo Hobbit turns toward Fro. You feel the warmth in the air rise like gentle summer. A tone rings. Not sorrow, not fear, pure delight. Fro whispers, "He's happy." Ilarion nods. Happy, but unfinished. Fro steps forward, not cautiously, but instinctively, as if something inside him recognizes the echo's nature. The Echo Hobbit glows brighter, its outline soft like a memory, but vibrant like sunlight on running water. And then, you feel it, a question, soft, curious, wondering. Fro kneels in the grass. Ilarion's voice becomes a whisper of reverence. This echo belongs to someone who wished his laughter would be remembered. Not his hardships, not his mistakes, not his fears. The chimes swirl around Fro, gently brushing his curls. He wanted the world to hold one memory of him, the memory of his joy. Fro closes his eyes, and speaking from the deepest place within him, he whispers, "I hear it. I hear you." The echo brightens, golden, warm, blooming like sunlight across the field. Fro continues softly, "You brought light to others. You made the Shire gentler. You mattered, and your joy isn't lost. It's right here, still shining." The chimes rise in a wave of sound. The echo hobbit dissolves into hundreds of tiny golden points, lifting into the air like fireflies, spreading across the field in a final burst of warmth. The meadow glows, the wind sings, and the echo fades, complete. Fro exhales shakily, tears slipping down his cheeks, not from sadness, but from a fullness too big for his small frame to hold. Ilarion kneels beside him. "You listened," they say, and joy learned how to let go. Fro wipes his eyes, smiling through the tears. "It feels lighter." "It should," Ilarion replies gently, "for the world is lighter now because of you." A silence follows, peaceful, complete, woven into the breeze. Then the bell rings again, soft, distant, like a star chiming underwater. Fro stands. You stand. Ilarion rises and gestures toward the far edge of the meadow, where the path narrows into shadow. The next echo waits in the forest, they say, not of joy, but of courage. The wind stills, the chimes quiet, and you feel the shift, the world preparing for deeper truths. Fro takes a breath, nods, and steps forward. The path welcomes him. The chapter closes. You step out of the golden meadow and into shadow, not a frightening shadow, a cool, embracing one, like the pause between heartbeats when the world waits to see what you will become next. The path narrows as you walk with Fro into the forest. The light softens into green, filtered through a canopy of old oaks and beeches, their branches intertwined like fingers of ancient guardians. You hear the sea faintly behind you, now more memory than sound, and ahead, the quiet breath of leaves and moss. Ilarion walks a little behind you both this time, letting Fro lead. You feel the subtle shift. A test, but not of strength. A test of listening. You walk slowly. Bare earth muffles your steps. Roots curl beneath the surface like sleeping serpents. And somewhere above, a bird sings a single note, then falls silent as if not wanting to disturb whatever lies ahead. There is no bell at first, no hum, no chime, just the gentle chorus of the forest existing as it always has. And then you notice it. Not a sound, a lack of sound. A still pocket of air ahead, where even the insects seem to have stepped aside. The leaves hang motionless. The wind does not pass through. Fro slows. You feel his breathing change, growing shallower, almost as if the forest itself has placed a hand over his chest and said, "Wait, listen here." Ilarion's voice drifts from behind, low and calm. This is where courage left a mark, they say. Not the kind sung in halls, the quiet kind no one ever knew about. You feel the words sink in like rain into thirsty ground. Fro steps off the path and into a small glade. The light here is strange, not dim, not bright, but held, like a lantern with its flame cupped in careful hands. At the center of the clearing lies a large, flat stone, half covered in moss, its surface scarred by old burns and faint scratches. A shield of some kind, long rusted away, rests beneath a tangle of brambles nearby. Your chest tightens. You feel something here. Not sorrow, not joy. A tension, a held breath that never exhaled. Fro moves closer to the stone. As he does, the air thickens, not in temperature, but in weight. And at last, the echo stirs. It doesn't appear with light. It doesn't take shape like the child at the sea or the laughing hobbit in the meadow. This echo is a pressure, a presence pressed into the world, like a fingerprint into wet clay. You feel it rise from the earth itself. Fear, shame, an old decision replayed 1,000 times in silence. Fro swallows, his mouth dry. What happened here? He whispers. Ilarion steps to the edge of the glade, not crossing its invisible threshold. A soldier stood here once, they say quietly. Far from his company, far from his commander, far from songs and banners. You see it in your mind's eye now, not clearly but enough. A man, armor dented, hands shaking, breath ragged. He was meant to march to the havens, Ilarion continues, to stand guard as the gray ship departed. But when the time came, his courage failed. He fled the road and hid here. Your heart aches. He heard no horn, Ilarion says softly. No blame, no laughter. The world did not chase him. But he never forgave himself for leaving his post in the final hour of an age. The echo tightens, wrapping the clearing in its old tension. Fear of not being enough. Fear of being the weak link. Fear of being remembered as a coward. You feel all of it, pressing lightly against your ribs. Fro slowly kneels beside the stone. You kneel with him. His fingers brush the moss. Beneath it, the faint outline of boot prints are carved into the rock. Not by tools, but by the memory of the one who stood trembling there. I can feel him, Fro whispers. I can feel how hard he tried. Just to stay, the echo responds. A softer weight now, a flicker of exhausted resolve. Yes, Ilarion murmurs. He did not leave the world. He did not betray his people. He simply reached the limit of what his heart could carry. You feel something shift inside you. A quiet rearranging of what courage means. Fro closes his eyes. He doesn't speak at first. He just breathes. Slowly, deliberately, matching his inhale and exhale to the silent ache of the glade. Then gently, he begins. You were afraid. The echo trembles. And you thought that fear meant you had no courage. The pressure around you contracts, tightening like a fist. Fro's voice grows steadier. But courage isn't never being afraid. It's what you do when fear is louder than everything else. He lays his palm flat on the stone. You didn't run from the war. You survived it. You lived with your choice. You lived with a weight no song would sing about. The echo shifts. Not lighter, but listening. You thought that made you a coward, Fro whispers, tears touching the corners of his eyes. But there is courage in choosing to live with your own disappointment. There is courage in rising every day with a heart that believes it has failed and still loving the world anyway. The glade warms. The air, which had been so tight, now begins to loosen, like a muscle unclenching after years of tension. You feel the echo's emotion waver. Not guilt, not shame, just confusion slowly turning toward understanding. Ilarion's eyes close, their lips moving silently, as if offering the echo a blessing in a language older than the forest. Fro's voice softens even more. You were not less, he whispers. You were human. And the world does not need you to be flawless. It needed you to exist, to breathe, to remember, to love. The echo quivers. You feel a deep, low sound pass through the ground beneath your knees, a vibration like a long-held sob, finally letting go. Then, slowly, the heaviness lifts. The air feels lighter. The glade brightens. Birdsong returns from the edges of the trees. In your mind, for just a moment, you see the outline of a man standing straighter, dropping a weight from his shoulders, turning and walking toward the distant glow of the sea. The vision fades, the echo dissolves, and the forest sighs in relief. Fro wipes his eyes. I feel tired, he admits quietly. Ilarion steps forward, finally crossing into the glade. They offer him a hand, helping him stand. That is the cost of listening, they say gently. You lend your strength for a moment, so another can finally rest. Fro leans into their support just slightly. You feel his exhaustion, but also the quiet satisfaction nestled beneath it. He did not slay a beast. He did not draw a sword. He did not shout a challenge. He listened, and the world became a fraction lighter. As you leave the glade, the path shifts again, turning downward, curving gently back toward the sea. The bell does not ring this time, but you feel its presence, like a star above clouds, waiting, approving, watching the road. Ilarion walks at Fro's side. 3 echoes, they say softly. One of sorrow, one of joy, one of courage warped by fear. Fro nods. I didn't know listening could hurt and heal at the same time. Ilarion smiles faintly. That is what makes it holy. You walk in thoughtful silence for a while, the forest thinning around you, the sound of waves growing clearer again, like a heartbeat you are slowly returning to. When you finally break through the last line of trees, you see it. Not the open sea this time, but a sheltered cove, framed by dark rocks and glowing with the faint light of late afternoon. And there, waiting upon the shore, is something new. A small, weathered dock, half pulled apart by time, half preserved by care, and a figure standing upon it, cloak stirred by the wind, gazing toward the horizon as if expecting you. Ilarion's eyes brighten. The next part of your journey, they say, belongs not only to echoes, but to the living. Fro's heart beats faster. You feel your own respond. The figure turns, the chapter breathes in, and gently, quietly, it closes, already opening itself into the next. You walk with Fro as the forest thins behind you, the shadows dissolving into a softer light. The sea greets you again, not with the vast, sweeping breath of the open coast, but with the close, quiet rhythm of a sheltered cove. Waves fold gently against dark rocks, leaving white lace at their edges before retreating like shy guests. The air here is different, still salty, still touched by wind, but warmer, as if this place has been holding a memory in its hands for far too long. Fro slows his steps. You feel his curiosity sharpen, pulled forward by something unseen. Ahead, on the worn dock, a figure stands with their back turned toward you. A cloak flows around them like drifting smoke drawn by the sea breeze. Their posture is straight, calm, but filled with a kind of longing that sits heavy in the air. Ilarion's steps soften behind you. They have waited a long time, they whisper. Fro swallows, his palms damp. You feel the tremor of nerves beneath his ribs. As you draw closer, the figure finally turns. And there, standing at the edge of the world, is an elf. Not young, not old, but carrying the ageless stillness of someone whose heart has been balanced between leaving and staying for centuries. Their hair, silver as starlight, catches the wind in soft strands. Their eyes, deep green with flecks of gold, carry the look of someone who has watched many dawns and forgotten none of them. Fro stops a few paces away. The elf studies him quietly, their gaze gentle, but piercing in the way only elves can be. "You came," the elf says at last. Their voice is warm, soft as moonlit water, but layered with an emotion far deeper than relief. Ilarion steps forward and bows their head. "Lathalan," they greet. "It has been many seasons." The elf, Lathalan, returns the nod. "It has," they reply, though their attention never leaves Fro. Fro fidgets with the hem of his cloak. You were expecting me?" Lathalan's smile is faint, but full of meaning. "I was expecting someone who could hear the sea's voice without fear." You feel Fro's breath catch. He doesn't answer. Not yet. Instead, Lathalan turns slightly, gesturing toward the small dock and the worn planks beneath their feet. "This cove," they say softly, "was once a place of great departures." Ilarion nods. The havens grew quieter in the Fourth Age, but not empty. Lathalan continues. "I stood here when Frodo Baggins boarded the Grey Ship. He looked back only once, and when he did, his eyes held sorrow, and hope, and something more." The elf's voice tightens, something he could not carry with him across the straight road. Fro's heart jolts. You feel the echo of that shock run through your own chest. "What did he leave behind?" he whispers. Lathalan steps closer, and for the first time, you see it clearly. The delicate chain resting against their collarbone, barely visible beneath the folds of their cloak. A small pendant hangs from it, simple, smooth, made of pale stone that glows softly as the sea breathes. A memory, a burden, a love. He gave me this, Lathalan says, touching the pendant gently, and asked me to remain, not for him, but for someone who would come after. Fro's lips part. For me? Lathalan nods. Not by name, but by heart. The world stills. A subtle ringing rises in the distance. Not the bell, not the hum, but something softer, like the faint chime of a star shifting in the sky. Lathalan reaches into their cloak and draws out a small object, wrapped carefully in white linen. They offer it to Fro. He hesitates, hands trembling, and then takes it gently. Inside the cloth rests a folded piece of parchment. Small, old, edges softened by time. Fro opens it slowly, and there, in a hand he has only ever seen in the red book, are the words that break the stillness around you. If the sea calls to you, do not answer with fear, answer with kindness. Someone will need you, more than you know. F.B. Fro's breath shakes. You feel his heart open, like a lantern finally lit. He closes his eyes. Tears slip down his cheek. Quiet, unguarded, real. I don't know how to be what he thought I could be, he whispers. Lathalan places a gentle hand on his shoulder. No one does, not at first. The breeze shifts, carrying the scent of salt and pine, the whisper of tides turning. You are not here to become Frodo, Lathalan says softly. You are here to finish listening to what he could not speak. Alarion steps closer, their eyes warm with pride. And that, they add, begins now. Fro wipes his tears with the back of his hand, but they keep coming. Soft, steady, like rain cleansing old soil. I'm ready, he whispers. And somewhere far beyond the horizon, the bell rings again, clearer, closer, calling him deeper into the mystery. The chapter closes its wings around the moment, holding it gently as the sea glimmers in quiet approval. You walk beside Fro as the tide withdraws, leaving thin mirrors of water on the sand. The reflections shimmer gently, as if they too are waiting for something. For a moment, everything feels suspended. The wind, the waves, even your own breath. Lathalan stands a few steps behind, watching quietly, like a guardian who knows the next turn of the story but refuses to spoil it. Fro holds the folded letter in his hands, the parchment trembling slightly, as if the message still carries warmth. You feel how his heartbeat shifts. Not with fear now, but with purpose beginning to form. The cove opens wide before you, a crescent of pale shore pressed between cliffs. Light gathers in soft pulses across the water, not sunlight, not moonlight, but something older, a glimmer of the straight road breathing beneath the world. Fro pauses and kneels at the edge of the tide. You follow him. His reflection quivers on the surface, split into ripples that reform gently with each wave. He touches the water with 2 fingers. The cold startles him, but he doesn't pull away. I keep feeling, he murmurs, voice barely above the hush of the sea, like there's something I've forgotten, something important, something that isn't mine, but waits for me anyway. You feel the truth in his words settle into your own chest. Alarion steps forward, their presence warm and grounding. Memory is not always about the past, they whisper. Sometimes it is a door the future wants you to open. The wind shifts, lifting the hem of Fro's cloak. And then, softly, delicately, a glow rises from beneath the sand. At first it seems like a trick of the light, a pale shimmer, a thread of silver. But as Fro leans closer, the glow intensifies, forming the shape of a small stone, half buried in the shore. You notice Fro's breath hitch. It is the white jewel of Arwen. Except, not the one you know. This one is duller, dimmed, as if it had once burned brightly, but lost part of its heart in the quiet ache of time. Still, a pulse remains, weak but steady. like a candle refusing to go out. Fro reaches toward it, and the jewel flickers softly in response, as if recognizing him. He lifts it from the sand, and the surface warms instantly in his palm, glowing like moonlight trapped inside snow. "It shouldn't be here," Fro whispers. "I thought it went with him." Lethalin steps forward, their expression thoughtful. Arwen gave Frodo a white jewel so he could find healing when his wounds returned. That one left with him. But this... They pause, studying the stone in Fro's hand. This was left behind for someone else. Fro's fingers tighten around the jewel, not in fear, but in recognition, in belonging. He rises slowly, the sea breeze brushing his cheeks. The jewel glows brighter, its light resonating with the rhythm of the waves. Suddenly, a soft hum fills the air, not loud, not sharp, but deep, as if the ocean's heartbeat is vibrating through the shore. You look toward the horizon. A thin line of light appears, not dawn, not sunset, but something between worlds, something impossibly gentle, something impossibly ancient. Lethalin's voice lowers. The road stirs. Alarian's eyes widen slightly, the faintest breath of awe in their voice. It answers him. Fro steps forward, his feet sinking slightly into wet sand. The jewel pulses in his palm in perfect rhythm with the distant glow. He takes a slow breath. "I can hear it," he whispers. "The bell. It's clearer now. You hear it too. A faint chime echoing from the edge of the world. Not urgent, not demanding, but patient, tender, inviting." Lethalin moves to Fro's side. "The bell does not call you away," they say softly. "It calls you inward, to the place where the sea meets the soul." Fro closes his eyes. The wind wraps around him like a quiet blessing. Drops of ocean spray land on his skin, cool and healing. He opens his eyes again, steadier now. "What do I do?" Lethalin smiles gently. "You follow it, not with your feet, with your heart." Ilarion touches Fro's shoulder. "We will guide you as far as the road allows." The waves shift once more, softening, opening a wider space of stillness at your feet. Something new is beginning, something quiet but enormous. And though you do not know the shape of it yet, you can feel one truth rising like the tide. Fro was never meant to simply remember Frodo's legacy. He was meant to continue the part that Frodo could never finish. Behind you, the cove breathes. Ahead of you, the sea whispers. Within Fro, the jewel sings. And as the bell rings again, clearer than ever, the scene folds gently into silence, leading you toward whatever waits next on the edge of the world. You walk beside Fro as the cove quiets, the waves flattening into long silver lines that catch the fading light. The jewel in his hand glows steadily now, not bright, but constant, like a steady heartbeat waiting to synchronize with something older than memory. Every step he takes feels deliberate, as though the path beneath him is choosing him as much as he is choosing it. The shore stretches farther than before, the horizon shifting subtly, as if the land itself is breathing with you. Sand gives way to smooth stone, warm from the day's last touch of sun. You hear faint echoes rising from the tide pools, soft droning tones like distant voices singing beneath water. The air hums gently, the world preparing for a revelation that moves slowly, carefully, as all ancient things do. Ilarion walks with their hands behind their back, their gaze following Fro with quiet recognition. Lethalin remains a few steps behind, eyes half closed as though listening to something no one else could hear. Fro stops at the edge of a tall formation of stone, jagged, weathered, but shaped like a doorway carved by centuries of wind and salt. The jewel flares, just a little, just enough to answer what sleeps within the arch. Fro takes a breath that trembles. "I think I've seen this before," he murmurs, "in a dream, or in a memory that wasn't mine." Ilarion steps closer. "Some memories do not belong to one life alone. They pass like torches between hearts that share the same calling." Fro touches the stone. It is warm, unexpectedly warm, as if holding sunlight beneath the surface of time. For a moment, you hear something shift deep within the rock, a low rumble, a stirring, like an old door remembering how to open. Lathalan breathes out slowly. The road is near. Fro looks over his shoulder. Why me? I'm not brave like him, not wise, not chosen. Lathalan's reply is soft, almost tender. Frodo was chosen because the world needed healing. You are chosen because healing needs to continue. Fro's eyes widen slightly. The weight of that truth settles into him like a cloak draped gently over his shoulders. He looks down at the jewel in his hand. Its light pulses slowly, matching his breath. He steps beneath the stone arch. The air changes instantly. Cooler, denser, filled with a faint vibration you can feel on your skin. The sound of the bell returns, not far now, carrying a deeper resonance, as though calling from a chamber just behind the edge of sight. Fro's voice lowers. I can hear it clearly. It's sad, but peaceful too, like someone calling out because they don't want to be alone. Ilarion kneels beside a tide pool, dipping their fingers into the water. Ripples extend outward, shifting the reflection of the sky. Not all spirits fade, they say quietly. Some linger because their purpose is not finished. Some wait for a heart that can understand them without fear. Lathalan raises their gaze toward Fro, and some call because they wish to heal the one who listens. Fro closes his eyes. The wind settles around him. The stone hums. The jewel warms, and the bell rings. Soft, near, aching with longing. What is calling me? Fro whispers. Neither elf answers immediately. Instead, the sea responds. A long, low wave rolls in, higher than the others, and breaks gently against the stone. Foam curls around your feet. The water withdraws. Then, in the exposed sand, you see it, a line of runes glowing with faint white light. Old, beautiful, written in a hand that trembles somewhere between hobbit and elf. Fro kneels. The runes feel familiar to him, painfully familiar, and he gently traces them with his fingertips. His voice breaks. This is Frodo's writing. You feel the world tighten around the moment. Lathalan steps forward with reverence, their voice barely a breath. He wrote them on the morning he boarded the Grey Ship. Fro stares at the runes as though the world has stopped. What do they say? He asks softly. Lathalan kneels beside him. They say, I leave this shore to heal, but healing begins here. If you hear the bell, do not walk away. Fro's eyes fill again, not with pain now, but with purpose. He looks up at the stone arch, at the sea, at the pale jewel glowing in his hand, and you feel it, the shift, the acceptance, the first true step into the journey he was meant for. I won't walk away, Fro whispers. I promise. The wind rises gently, as though approving. The bell rings again, clear, strong, steady, and as the light of the jewel spills across the runes, the shore glows faintly in reply. The straight road is beginning to wake. You walk with Fro as the tide draws closer, each wave brushing the shore with a soft whisper that feels almost like speech. The runes glow faintly at your feet, breathing in time with the jewel in Fro's hand. The air is thicker here, not heavy, but full of presence, as though the world is paying attention to what happens next. Ilarion stands quietly behind, hands folded in calm anticipation. Lathalan watches Fro closely, their eyes brightened by the shimmer of distant memory. Fro steps deeper into the arch of stone, and the moment he does, the world's sound softens. Not silence, but the hush that precedes revelation. A soft vibration rises from the ground beneath your feet. The runes respond, their glow deepening into a warm silver that pulses gently. Fro kneels again and touches the first rune. The jewel in his hand flickers, a soft, living heartbeat, and then the air ripples around him like light bending underwater. You hear it first. A voice, distant, thin, woven through the sigh of the tide. Not words, not exactly. More like emotion made sound. Loneliness. Hope. longing wrapped in light. Fro leans forward, his breath shallow. I can hear it, he whispers. It's calling from below. Lethalin steps closer. Not from below, they correct softly. From between. From the place where the world holds its forgotten stories. Fro closes his eyes. The voice grows clearer. Soft, resonant, trembling like a memory that has waited too long to be spoken aloud. You begin to understand the sensation in your own chest. This is not a stranger's call. It feels familiar, like a lantern once lit in a house you haven't visited in years. A warmth you didn't know you'd missed until it returned. Fro bows his head. Tears fall silently onto the glowing runes. I know this feeling, he murmurs. I don't know how, but I know it. The jewel glows brighter, casting a pale silver reflection on the surface of the tide pool beside you. Then, slowly, the water begins to swirl. Ilarion kneels at Fro's side. Not all memories are inherited by blood, they whisper. Some come to those who carry the courage to listen to them. Fro leans closer to the water. The swirl deepens, opening into a soft whirl of light and shadow, like a window forming through the thin veil of the tide. The voice returns, a little louder now, shaped by grief and gentleness. This time, you hear words, fragmented, faint, but unmistakable. Do not fear the path that leads inward. Fro gasps. His hand flies to his chest. The jewel glows so bright it lights his face in soft silver. Lethalin's gaze softens with recognition. He is reaching. Whoever calls to you, they have remembered. Fro lowers his head. But who is it? Why me? Lethalin's expression grows solemn. You are not chosen instead of Frodo. You are chosen because of Frodo. Because you carry the gentleness that heals what violence once broke. The tide shifts again, flowing closer to your feet. The light in the water swells, forming shapes, not quite clear, not quite formed, but hinting at the outline of someone kneeling on a distant shore. Fro reaches toward the tide pool. The moment his fingers break the surface, the image ripples and becomes sharp, just for a heartbeat. A hand, not Fro's, not an elf's, a hobbit's hand, scarred, thin, resting on a stone carved with runes you've seen before. Fro recoils, breath shaking. That was him. Wasn't it? Ilarion touches his shoulder gently. Grief left echoes in Frodo that no healing could fully mend. He found peace across the sea, yet some part of him remains tethered to what he could not finish. The jewel flickers softly, almost trembling. Fro's voice breaks. But what was left unfinished? Lethalin answers in a whisper barely louder than a sigh. Frodo healed the world, but he never healed himself. The waves draw nearer, almost touching the glowing runes. Fro holds the jewel against his heart. What do I do? He asks again, this time with quiet resolve. Lethalin steps closer, their silver hair catching the rising wind. You listen. You don't turn away. You let the voice speak until it knows it is not alone. Fro nods slowly. A new steadiness fills him. Not heroism, but devotion. Not bravery, but compassion. He kneels again at the edge of the tide pool. The water settles. The light strengthens. The voice returns. Clearer, closer, achingly tender. If you hear me, stay. The chapter ends with Fro's breath trembling and the sea glowing faintly beneath the sky. You walk beside Fro as the tide retreats again, leaving the shore shimmering like polished silver beneath the dimming sky. The voice from the water fades into a hush, but its echo lingers, soft, trembling, like the warmth of a hand still resting on your shoulder. Fro remains kneeling, the jewel pressed against his chest, his breath steady now in a way it wasn't before. Ilarion stands a little behind him, their posture gentle, as though guarding the moment without intruding upon it. Lethalin steps closer, their silver cloak brushing lightly against the sand. A faint glow gathers around the tide pool. Not from the jewel, not from the runes, but from something deeper beneath the world's skin. The air begins to hum. Low, subtle, filled with an energy that feels ancient and luminous. Fro opens his eyes and looks toward the horizon, where a soft light flickers, a light not belonging to any star you have ever known. The elves exchange a knowing glance. "It begins," Lathalan murmurs. Fro rises to his feet slowly, his fingers trembling, but not with fear, with recognition, with belonging. He takes a slow breath. "What? Is that light?" Ilarion answers in a whisper, soft as a falling leaf. "A lamp, older than any crafted by mortal hands. It is said that Arundel's star casts reflections upon hidden waters, and sometimes those reflections take shape when the heart is ready." Fro watches the horizon, eyes widening as the glow intensifies. It forms a thin arc, gentle, curved, like the edge of a silver lantern being lifted through the veil of dusk. The jewel in his hand responds, burning with pale brilliance that warms his palms like morning sun. Lathalan steps closer to him. "You are being shown the lamp of the west, not the star itself, but the memory of its light left behind for those who walk the path Frodo could not." Fro swallows, his voice soft. "I never met him, and yet I feel like I've known him my whole life." Lathalan nods slowly. "You know his wounds. You know his courage. You know his longing for peace. You know the silence he carried after saving the world." Fro looks down at the jewel, as though seeing it differently now. "So this isn't just a gift." Ilarion smiles gently. "No, it is a key." The ground beneath the archway vibrates softly, and the runes glow brighter, not with urgency, but with welcome. The tide swells, warm foam brushing gently against your boots, as though encouraging you forward. Fro turns to the elves. "What am I unlocking?" Lathalan meets his gaze. The place where Frodo hid the last fragment of himself that he could not carry across the sea. Your breath catches. Fro presses the jewel tightly in his hand. "But why would he leave something behind?" Ilarion's voice lowers with profound tenderness. "Because some wounds heal only when passed to gentler hands." Fro's lips tremble. "And I'm supposed to heal what he couldn't?" Lathalan shakes their head softly. "No, Fro. You are meant to complete the part of his healing that required another heart." The waves hush. The glow on the horizon deepens, a soft silver arc unfurling like a quiet dawn behind the edge of the world. Fro takes a step forward. As he does, the jewel ignites fully, not blinding, but radiant, casting a pale, ethereal light that dances across the shore. The runes shimmer as though whispering a welcome. The tide pool begins to swirl again, but this time the light does not form an image. It forms a feeling, warmth, sadness, hope, a memory of someone who walked in darkness until his feet could no longer bear the road. Someone who cried quietly when no one was looking. Someone who whispered prayers to a sky he wasn't sure could hear him. You feel Fro's breath tremble. His eyes close. He whispers, "Frodo." The water glows brighter, and the voice returns, still soft, still distant, but clearer than ever before. "Do not fear the part of me that still hurts." Fro lifts his head, eyes brimming with gentle resolve. "I'm not afraid," he whispers. "I'm here." The jewel brightens so intensely that even the elves step back slightly. Light spills into the tide pool, pouring into the swirling water like liquid dawn. The horizon shifts. The arc of silver becomes bolder, a rising lantern, a beacon, a guide. Lathalan bows their head. The lamp accepts him. Ilarion whispers, "The road is opening." And in that moment, the sea grows impossibly still, a smooth mirror reflecting a sky that has not yet arrived. Fro stands before it, the jewel blazing like a star in his hand. And the bell rings, clear, gentle, echoing across the water, in a voice that feels like hope, reborn. The chapter closes as the light widens, inviting Fro to take the next step into the mystery waiting beyond the shore. You walk with Fro toward the water as the silver glow expands across the horizon, soft as starlight woven into mist. The sea lies still, too still, as if holding its breath for the next heartbeat of the world. Fro's steps slow, drawn forward by something unseen yet deeply familiar. The jewel in his hand warms his skin, pulsing with the certainty of a lantern guiding him home. Lethalin and Ilarion follow a few paces behind, their faces illuminated by the rising arc of light. Neither speaks. Neither needs to. You can feel it. The moment just before a veil lifts. The hush that comes when the world prepares to reveal its hidden chamber. Fro stops at the water's edge. Foam curls around his boots, gentle as a touch from the past. The air vibrates softly, like a whispered song held beneath the surface. The silver arc widens, stretching upward as if forming the outline of a great door carved from dawn. Not a gateway of stone or wood or metal, but of memory, of healing, of light. Fro's breath trembles. I feel like I'm standing where someone once said goodbye. Lethalin steps beside him. You are, they whisper. This shore remembers everything. Every farewell, every hope, every wound carried in silence. Fro looks at the glowing water. Did Frodo stand right here? Ilarion nods softly. He did, but he did not look back for long. The road ahead called to him with the same gentleness you feel now. The wind rises, stirring the surface of the sea. Silver ripples shimmer outward, forming patterns in the water. Circles, lines, runes, memories etched by light. And then, from the stillness, the voice returns, clearer than ever, closer, shaped by love and ache and time. If you can hear me, you are not alone. Fro's knees weaken. He steadies himself on a smooth rock, the jewel burning softly in his hand. His voice breaks. I'm here. I won't leave you. The sea glows brighter. The arc of light becomes a full door, tall, silent, made of radiance that wavers like moonlit water. Lethalin watches with awe. This is the door of quiet light, they say, opened only when a healing heart answers a wounded one. Fro lifts the jewel. Its glow spreads outward, meeting the light of the door as if they were always meant to find each other. A low hum fills the cove, melodic, tender, stretching through the air like a lullaby from another age. Ilarion places a hand on Fro's shoulder. What you hear is not a summons to leave. It is an invitation to understand. Fro swallows gently. But understand what? Lethalin's gaze steadies. The part of Frodo that could not cross the sea until it was truly seen. Thunder rumbles softly beneath the waves. Not frightening, but resonant. A heartbeat older than the mountains. The light door flickers and a silhouette forms within it. Small, hobbit-sized but indistinct, as though woven from mist. Fro reaches toward it, only for the water to surge suddenly, wrapping around his ankles like warm silk. He gasps. The tide pulls back, revealing another line of runes beneath the surface. These runes are brighter, sharper, and unmistakably written in the same trembling, elegant hand as Frodo's letter. Fro kneels in the shallow water, heart pounding. He reads aloud, "If you hear me, let yourself be known." His breath catches. The silhouette in the door leans forward slightly, as if listening. A small wave rises, touches Fro's hand, then pulls back in an almost human gesture, like someone brushing their fingers across his own. Fro whispers, "My name is Fro." His voice trembles. "And I hear you." The light flares, not blinding, but warm as sunrise spilling into a quiet room. The silhouette steadies. The bell rings again, not distant this time, but from just behind the glowing door. Fro gasps softly. That bell. It feels like hope that forgot how to speak. Ilarion kneels beside him, placing a steady hand on the jewel. "Then lend it your voice," they whisper, "so that hope may learn again." Fro closes his eyes. The wind stills. The sea hushes. Even the elves seem to fade into the background of the moment. You feel the world tighten around the trembling of Fro's heart. He speaks, softly, but with a sincerity that carries farther than any shout. "I'm not here to replace you. I'm not here to rescue you. I'm here so you don't have to finish healing alone. The sea answers. The jewel blazes. The light door expands, unfolding like the wings of dawn, and the silhouette inside finally raises its head. The chapter closes as the brightness gathers, revealing the hint of someone waiting just beyond the veil. You stand beside Fro as the light door unfolds itself like a slow sunrise blooming underwater. The silhouette behind the veil becomes clearer, not sharp, not fully formed, but present, a presence made of memory, gentleness, and the quiet ache of someone who carried too much for too long. Fro's breath trembles as the figure shifts, stepping closer to the threshold. The jewel in his hand glows, as though recognizing the one who waits, its warmth pulsing in the same rhythm as the chime you feel in the air. Ilarion and Lathalan remain still behind you, their expressions filled not with fear, but reverence. The world around you hushes. The wind, the waves, even your heartbeat seems to slow in respect for what is unfolding. The voice returns, no longer distant, no longer faint, soft, tender, shaped by love and fatigue and longing. You heard me. Fro's eyes shine. I did. His voice cracks. I hear you even now. A pause, not silence, a breath that feels like a trembling smile held between worlds. Thank you. The light shimmers. The silhouette raises its hand, a small hand, hobbit-sized, with familiar gentleness in the curve of its fingers. Fro swallows hard. You don't have to say goodbye again. The silhouette becomes clearer, still veiled by radiance, but unmistakably shaped by the quiet strength of someone who bore the weight of the world and broke under it in places no one saw. Lathalan whispers behind you. He could not cross the sea with all of himself. The part left behind has waited for recognition, for compassion, for a heart gentle enough to finish what peace had begun. Fro steps forward. The water ripples. The jewel brightens, silver light spilling across the shore like dawn washing over stone. He lifts the jewel. I'm here. Tell me what you need. The silhouette slowly lowers its head, as though humbled by simple kindness. Not to be carried, just to be understood. Fro's tears fall silently. I understand, he whispers. More than I ever thought I would. The light door shifts. The edges soften. The veil thins, revealing for one heartbeat eyes that cannot be mistaken. Frodo's eyes, gentle, tired, filled with gratitude that aches in your bones. Fro inhales sharply. The jewel in his hands pulses in answer. Once, twice, like two hearts aligning. The voice speaks again. You came because you have something I no longer had. Fro whispers, what is that? A soft breeze sweeps across the water. The strength to walk forward without the shadow. Fro lowers his head. The waves brush his boots in a gesture almost like an embrace. I'll carry the light for you, he whispers. I promise. The silhouette lifts its face, soft, luminous, and the door begins to close gently, not in sorrow, but in completion. Lathalan bows deeply. He is whole now. Ilarion nods. And so are you, Fro. The door of quiet light folds inward, its glow receding into a silver arc, then into a thin line, and finally into a single point that falls upon the surface of the sea like a star kissing water. The bell rings one last time, clear, bright, free. The waves resume their natural rhythm. The runes fade back into the sand. The tide pool becomes just a tide pool again. Fro stands still for a moment, his hand closed around the jewel. He wipes his cheeks, but the tears that remain are soft and peaceful. You feel it. A shift inside him, like a door opening to a new beginning. He turns to the elves. What now? He asks softly. Lathalan smiles. Now you live, and you carry forward what was entrusted to you. Ilarion touches Fro's shoulder gently. Healing does not end in a single moment. It continues each time you choose to step into the light instead of the shadow. Fro nods slowly. The sky opens in soft lavender hues, stars emerging above a calm, silver sea. He looks down at the jewel glowing faintly in his palm. "I'll keep listening," he says. "Not because I'm called to leave, but because I'm called to stay in the light." The wind rustles his cloak. The elves bow their heads. The sea breathes, full and serene. And the quiet magic of the place where peace began, settles around you like a final blessing. Fro steps back toward the path. The stars shimmer overhead. The world feels softer, as though the wound it carried has finally been acknowledged and allowed to heal. You walk with him, and the story eases into a gentle, luminous silence. If healing can echo across oceans, what might the smallest kindness echo across your own life? If Fro could answer a call, whispered through time, what call might be waiting quietly inside your heart? The magic is not in the bell. It is in listening deeply enough to hear what your soul has tried to say all along. And if you ever wonder whether light still waits for you, ask yourself, what if the true magic was simply believing again? The next spell awaits you.